Well, here we are. Welcome everybody to replaying the story of Final Fantasy XIV Shadowbringers, the grand finale, the final episode of my little project. It's been a long time. When I checked out when did I did the first episode, it was last year of July. So it's been taken a while to come this far, just to see it end. Well, last time we managed to finally defeat Vorthree and reclaim back Yulmore from the light. But unfortunately, the light which we absorbed started to consume us, turning us into a light warden. The Crystal Exarch, who was then revealed to be Rahatia, tried to stop us from becoming a light warden, but then Emmet Selk showed up and took him away, hoping that we will become a monster. And we'll continue where we last stopped. So it's now time to sulk in sadness that we failed. Oh, sir, you are awake. You were injured during a foray on Mount Gulk, yes? I was here at my station, as always, when they carried you in on a makeshift stretcher, looking disturbingly bereft on vigor. And to compound my worry, the sky was, well, I'm sure you've seen. Yes, everyone rather concerned, to say the least. Seeing you up above is the first good news we had in a while. Assuming you feel strong enough, would you may have considered a stroll around the city to reassure your anxious citizens? Rocky was one of those who helped convey you to your chambers, and he has visited several times since to inquire after your condition. Ah, that's nice for him. Well, let's meet Bracky so he knows that we are okay. For a while at least. Hey, buddy. Well, well, look who's back from the dead. Aye, it was a grim sight. Your companions looked fair ready to drop when they brought you in, so I offered a helping hand. Couldn't bear to see them struggle so. And you, my friend, I fear you had one foot in the grave, cold and lifeless. You were, like a corpse that was somehow still breathing. Then they told me some evil bastard went and snatched our poor Exarch away in the midst of the chaos. Wicked White, what is this world coming to? Bah, but moaning never solved a thing, didn't it? Nay, it's time like these that we Crystarian folk stand tall and do what needs to be done. Trade with Yulmore is back on the table. We best make use of those resources to fortify the city against the Eaters, or whatever misery the fates seem fit to throw us as next. Speaking of misery, Jezebel was worried sick about you. A healer wringing her hands is not a sight they ever wish to see, let me tell you. Oh, it's so reassuring to see that people have cared about me. Even you. Oh, sweetie, you're alive. No one's been allowed to see you. Even asparagus chirurgeons were forbidden from making visits. Reen was kind enough to tell me you were showing symptoms similar to ether corruption, so I suppose there was little any of us could have done for you in any case. As for your companions, they've been rushing hither and yon, seeking a cure to your condition. I worry to see their faces grow even more haggard every time they pass through the Crystarium. I shall let him know you're awake, and when they come to see you, sweetie, please to convince them to rest a bit. They won't be helping anyone if they all collapse of exhaustion. Oh, and our old Morin has been a little better, I'm afraid. He hasn't left the cabinet, too busy with his nose buried in one dusty tome or another. Yeah. I remember when the first time I witnessed this moment in this game. I was really dumbstruck. Like, you could really feel the failure of your mission. That you try so hard to get the knight back to this world. Just to it to get thrown away. And now we must live with the consequences. And that our friends are trying to find a cure so desperately. And if they don't find it, they're gonna have to kill me. Confound it! This says the same thing as the last. Maybe I should approach the problem from a different perspective. Leo! It is truly you, and not some figment of my imagination. Oh, this is wonderful! 'Twould seem our prayer has been answered. Feeling otherwise helpless, I've been scouring our shelves of the wisdom to explain this most worrisome conundrum. Why, with all the light wardens defeated, has the light returned to obscure the sky? I must have pored over 100 tomes, but no definitive conclusion seemed forthcoming. So many questions I would pose to the Exarch, and thus do I feel his absence all the more keenly. Now that you're awake, however, I'm hopeful the search of our stolen steward might begin in earnest. Catalyst, meanwhile, leads the crystalline mean in preparations for battle, though against what foe we are as yet uncertain. Why not pay her a visit? I expect seeing you upright will bring a much welcome relief. So many people doing their best. Oh, wrong way. Hey, Catalyst. Leo, alive and well, I see. You gave us all proper fight, you know what? You know that. Not a day's gone by that I haven't heard folk worrying what's to become of you or the Exarch. Anyway, I'm glad you recovered enough to stand. You're not planning on striking our straight way through, are you? I was hoping to have a better look at your equipment. If we'd be able to provide you with better weapons or sturdier helms, then maybe you would have won the day, and the Exarch would still be here. As such, we're keeping busy consulting each other on new fortune techniques and designs and the like. If you could stand still a moment, I'd like to assess the gear we're trying to improve. Aye, well, that's some fine work, I must admit. It wouldn't be impossible to make something better, but we need to experiment with different patterns and materials. And I'm not sure we have that kind of time. That sounds like a challenge that he would enjoy. Who? Greetings, Glinard. The master of the stairs is running his own errands now, is he? Aye, well, my servers are distraught enough as it is, and I didn't want to crack their whip too hard. But never mind that. I'm thinking our absent genius and his epiphanies are the perfect answer for this predicament of yours. And by genius, you mean old Grenold? He is a man of unrivaled gifts. I won't argue with you there. But what good does his talent do us if we can't bloody find him? No one's seen hide or hair of Grenold since he wandered off some years ago. You know what he's like once he latches onto an idea. He's probably cloistered himself in some forgotten cave, completely absorbed in his latest creation. I won't even know where to start looking. That does make things difficult. Still, if that eccentric is someone you're destined to meet, I'll wager he'll show you soon enough. In my time at the bar, many's the tale I've heard told strangely fated encounters, and if a few of them might be stretching the truth just a bit. We'll keep our noses to the grindstone for the time being, but on the off chance you do encounter Grenold, you'll be wise to take advantage of his brilliance rather than wait on our slow and steady progress. This is all a talk from when you're fully recovered, of course. I'll let you get back to convalescing, eh? Ah, before you do that, you're actually the reason I came over here in the first place. I don't suggest partaking of my stock until you're properly well, but if you're... excuse me? But if you're passing near the stairs, then I have a regular who's eager to meet you. I'd best be getting back. Just because the world's coming apart at this seams doesn't seem we have to follow suit now, does it? Hear, hear. We can't forget the heart upon which this city was founded, or the XIV might not have much of a home to return to. Leo, are you alright? I think a return to your sickbed might be in order. Or you might consider resting a while atop the watchtower next to the rookery. This damnable sky doesn't make of the most soothing scenery, but the eggs are often like to stand there and feel the wind upon his face. Good idea. I'll do that. Ouch. So this where XR likes to stand, huh? Where are you right now?
The people of this city have spirit, I'll give them that. They've not lost the will to fight.
Seems so.
I can imagine how torn you must feel, looking at that sky. Knowing what it means to everyone. And that you're responsible.
Yeah. I still can't believe it's coming from me.
Neither can I, to be honest. But you heard what the Ascians said. The light you shine will warp the world around you, whether you like it or not. Even your Stoller and Reen had to concede that point. You're in a corner, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious way out. But that doesn't mean it's over. However hopeless it seems, you haven't lost yet. I remember looking up at the sky like this before. Being caught up in a strange kind of calm. It was after we realized we were responsible for the flood. When we resolved to journey to the source by taking our own lives. One last sacrifice. One last fight. One last failure. And then the Oracle appeared and, well, you know the rest. There were times in the years and decades that followed when I wondered if we might not have been better off just letting the rejoining happen. That we'd made one last mistake. But seeing that giant Talos stir to life cured me of any doubts I still had. Always we took the burden of fighting upon ourselves. That's what heroes do, isn't it? So we never had the chance to see anything like that. Our people coming together as one. To think that their hope still burned so bright. That they were still so eager to live, they would lift up their fellows, one on top of the other, till they reached the sky. No. We made the right decision. And I can finally feel proud of the part we played in helping this world survive.
Mm-hmm. Huh? Fist bump?
Well, come on then.
Here you go. What?
As I thought. What happened between us was no coincidence. My story may be finished, but the fates have gifted me a minor role in yours. I suspected as much the moment I realized you could hear me. But it's hard not to doubt yourself when you're the man who caused the flood. I was afraid to do anything more than watch for fear of making things even worse. But no longer. After all, the path I once walked is now yours to finish. For what it's worth, I cast my lot with yours. If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you. If you lose control, I'll do my best to stop you. So, let us be about it, hero.
Thank you, Artbird.
Oh, I was worried you were up here all alone, brooding and fretting and wallowing in your woes. But look at you, grinning at nothing like a pollen-drunk pixie. Look at what you've done to your ether. It's a mess. And you have cracks running all through that pretty soul of yours. My poor little sapling. Whatever am I to do with you? Shall I yield up my throne? You could claim it, cut ties with the mortal world, hide away in the castle.
What? Me become the new Titania?
It won't fix the problem, but would it really matter? If any pesky heroes come calling with steel and magic, all of Il Meg will rise up in your defense. My crown and scepter are yours, if you want them.
No thanks. And the dress will not fit my figure.
What? Don't give me that look. Of course I knew before I asked that you'd never ever heed such a wicked suggestion. And besides, what would become of my precious and ephemeral flower? My dear beloved sapling, you are lost, confused, and have precious little time to gather your wits.
Yeah, kinda hard to think about something when you're this close to becoming a monster.
Your kind is always so preoccupied with what lies ahead, and so we muddle your vision with fog and glamour. But such trickery is easy to see through. Stand very, very still. Think not of where you need to go, but where you are right now at this moment, at this time, in this place. Our cairn of crystal. From shadowed hood he watched you go, his ruby eyes with warmth aglow. See yourself as he saw you, and that shall be the clearest clue. You stand in his garden, dear sapling. Ask his flowers what they know, and you will surely find an answer. But what will you do with it, I wonder? I'll be watching and waiting. Waiting and watching.
Watch through his eyes. Guess I'll have to go to into the crystal tower. Wee! Ow. Ooh. I got some questions for you. Oh, I did not expect to see your feet so soon. Surely you have not come in search of a Morrow. What do I know of the Crystal Exarch? I'm happy to share, but I fear there will be no surprising revelations. As any this city would tell you, he is a man of wisdom and compassion, and many untold secrets. But none can doubt his generosity. When the Crystarium was being constructed, he even allowed folk to plunder the Tower of Resources. He has imposed no restrictions upon us but one. No one except the Exarch is permitted to dwell within the spire. Many seasons passed. A comrade of mine was bold enough to ask the reason why. The Exarch merely smiled and said, "Because one day the Crystal Tower may vanish as suddenly as it arrived." Interesting. Let's go back to a librarian. Cabinet of Curiosities. Hey, Morin. Oh, was there something else you needed? If you come to a result of my research into the persistent light, I'm afraid there's little to less as of yet. Records pertaining to the Exarch? Well, I need no documentation to relay what little I know of his history, if that is what interests you. Less than a decade had passed since the coming of the Flood, when the Crystal Tower first flashed into existence. Its summoner, the Exarch himself, became known to the refugees in Lakeland soon thereafter. He welcomed all who sought out the spire, but be they locals who had lost their homes or Vorbertites fleeing their ruined kingdom, and together did they found the city which would become the Crystarium. Some thought to call him king, but he refused to share his name, but the summoner did not deem himself worthy of a royal address. Thus did the people consider his scintillating skin so like the tower he has summoned, and bestow upon him the title of Crystal Exarch. As for his true name, well, it would seem that it is a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. Yeah. Well, all except me. Because we all know who the Exarch is. Excuse me. Leo, it's good to see you awake and alert, my friend. What's this about? You're not writing the Exarch's memoirs, are you? I'm not sure how much I can tell you. Consider we avoid asking too many questions. Unspoken rule and all that. If everyone has fresh insight to share, they'll be Captain Lena, I'd say. She lost her parents to an eater attack not long after she was born, and the Exarch saw to her upbringing. Outward appearances aside, those two are like grandfather and granddaughter. I imagine the news of this predicament did her doubly hard. Not that our proud captain would ever let it show. If you do decide to talk to Lena, she'll be at her usual post at the anchors and sensor gate. Okay, then let's go there then. Leo, I was not told you awoken. A welcome surprise. Now if only the Exarch was returned to us. He was taken by this rival of yours, was he not? Your companions mentioned they had an idea to where to find him. And so I bristled when they asked for patience. I did not understand their hesitation until I saw that you had fallen. Only then did I realize that I had no business rushing ahead. Even so, the delay had been no less agonizing. In the moments before he left to join you in Kalusha, the Exarch entrusted me with a key. It opens a door in the ocular to a chamber known as the Umbiculus. This room is the heart of the tower, into which only the Exarch himself is permitted to enter. He bid me allow none into the tower once he had departed. Only in the event that an army of eaters descended upon the city was I to access the Umbiculus and awaken the defensive barrier. Never before had he left me with such instructions, but the battle with Vothri loomed near, and at the time I accepted the key without much thought. Since then, however, that moment is all that occupies in my mind. When I recall the look upon his face, he knew that some terrible fate awaited him. Tell me, Leo, I need to know what he feared. What battle are you and your companions are truly fighting? Well, I cannot tell you. Forgive me. I trust in the Exarch, and I should not be voicing these doubts when he is not here to respond to them personally. But you have come to me with a question of your own, have you not? Ah, I see. I am not the only one who burns for answers. The time has come to open the tower's heart. Though we do not face an invasion of eaters, I suspect the city will be in far more danger if you do not gain the knowledge you seek. Yep. It's time to find out more about our our boy Graha. Come, meet me in the ocular, and I will unlock the door within. Let's quickly go then. Woo 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 woo. Fly, my piggy, fly. So guys, people who watch this, are you, how was your weekend? For myself, I've been, just been relaxing and trying to cure my flu. I don't know if the mic shows this up or hear it, but I have a really stuffy nose right now. Yes, please let me in.
I have unlocked the door to the umbilicus. You are free to enter. Once you have what you require, I'll see it sealed once more. Until then, I will remain without.
No, not allergies, Drake. Just a common cold. Ah, lots of books. Typical. What's that? The echo.
A moment to collect my thoughts, I prithee. Thy true name is Grahatia, then? By thy claims, thou too art a native of the Source, though from an age beyond our own, when the 8th umbral calamity hath visited devastation upon our star. Thou hast, by subtle means, reached across the boundaries of time and space to unsow the seeds of catastrophe, ere its creeping vines drag our champion unto an early grave.
In essence, yes. A difficult story to swallow, I am sure.
I doubt not the veracity of thy words, not the account of thy coming, nor that of the fated calamity. Yet my mind straineth still to apprehend the enormity of this tale. Wouldst thou favor me with a gradual unfolding of its chapters?
Certainly. But where to begin? I should start with those great minds who survived the calamity. Sid Garland being perhaps the greatest. In hopes of staying the unending tides of war, he and his fellows pursued all manner of possible solutions. One of these was rooted in a theory which unified several fundamental principles discovered over the course of the Warrior of Light's adventures. It proposed a method by which one could enter the River of Time, traverse the rift, and leap between worlds. Perfecting that idea, however, was a work which consumed their lifetimes, and thus was it left to future generations to decide whether theory would be put into practice. But all the while, the world continued to burn. Hope was a feeble outpost, beset on all sides by thievery and misery and murder. People cried out in despair, "There is no hope, we are finished. Mankind is finished." Then others raised their voices in answer. Though we be beyond salvation, those who came before may yet be saved. We will forge a crossroads and pave the way for a different future. By the wisdom of our forebears, we will prevent this calamity from ever having come to pass. The fighting went on unabated, but some few took up Sid's research and labored to realize those impossible ideas. After 2 centuries of labor, their descendants finally succeeded in awakening the Crystal Tower, an integral part of the process, and, in doing so, roused its caretaker, me. By this stage, scholars had largely established the phenomena underpinning the rejoining, and identified the first as the shard which precipitated the 8th umbral calamity. This grand structure was already capable of storing the energies required to attempt the translocation. All that remained was to augment some few of its functions based upon the theoretical models of Sid and his compeers.
And by means of such technologies didst thou effect thine arrival in the first, to an age before this star had joined with the Source.
Some while before, as it turned out. 'Tis all but impossible to predict how time will flow between one world and the next, and we missed our mark by almost an entire century. But this only worked in our favor. The Sin Eaters could not be defeated without the blessing of light, and summoning the only man who might stand a chance against them would require decades of preparation.
An undertaking of scarce credible endurance. That thou hast kept thy plan from falling into disarray these many years bordereth on the miraculous. Yet howsoever history be rewritten, thy present self was shaped by events which followed the calamity. Should said catastrophe be averted, the very skein of thine existence will unravel. Surely thou hast foreseen this.
I am aware of the consequences. 'Tis for that very reason Sid and his colleagues bequeathed their legacy as an offering, and not an edict. To give all of oneself for the happiness of others, and with no promise of reward, 'tis a hard thing to ask. Harder still for those condemned to survive in a world which pitted brother against brother. Indeed, you are right to call the execution of this plan miraculous, though the force which held it together was nothing so inexplicable. It was him. The warrior of light has been our unbroken thread. Where others would stumble and fall, he would rise above. Where others would break and run, he would carry on. The warrior of light's tale is one of unyielding bravery. To tell it was to feel courage. To hear it was to feel hope. It was a breath of inspiration in an age of suffocating shadow. In the histories of a fallen nation was our hero hailed as its greatest ally. In the time-worn pages of a noble's memoirs were his deeds joyously retold. For many, these stories were the flame which warmed them through the coldest of nights. And so it should come as little surprise that the plan found no shortage of volunteers, concerning as it did the warrior of light himself. It was their chance to add their own verse to the hero's saga. He was the lodestar that brought them all together, to send their final message back through time and space to him. The light of your legacy was our torch in the darkness. Burn bright again and live. I am merely the bearer of that wish, come to ensure it is safely delivered.
Wherefore sharest thou this burden with me and no other? What wouldst thou have me say?
That you will be my accomplice? 'Twas you yourself who convinced me of your suitability when you spoke of how you learned of the Flood and of your part in arranging Minfilia's journey to the First. Your actions showed uncommon resolve. 'Twas clear you were committed to the cause of saving this world. I knew I could trust you to choose the right path forward, even if that choice came with a heavy price.
What price?
When all is said and done, and the last of the Light Wardens lies slain, I will absorb their corrupted ether, and then I will die. Knowing what I know of your companions, not to mention your champion, they will try to stop me. But in saving one, they would save none. Therefore, I implore you to aid me in concealing my identity and ensuring this tale ends as it must. To this end, I would have you take what I have told you of the Calamity and make of it a portent, a prophetic vision you beheld in the swirling chaos of the Rift.
Is this truly thy wish?
History remembered the Warrior of Light, as I knew it would, and I will suffer no other to rescue the champion whose star has charted my course. I will see this tale to a happy end, my friend. There has been enough tragedy.
Careful now. If you lose control again, the light could claim you for good. Although it's probably only a matter of time before you succumb to the change in any case. What do you mean to do?
Well, is it obvious? I mean to rescue the Exarch.
We should be on our way. Dacian mentioned the Tempest, did he not? That's the stormy seas around Calusia to you. His lair must be down there somewhere, hidden beneath the waves.
Right. We have our goal. Did you find the answers you sought? If there's nothing more you need, I will go and lock the door. I have questions about the Tempest. The Tempest? That is the name given to the seas by which Calusia is bound. If you make a request to the Tamers, they will provide you with a morrow to fly over the waters, but... Do you mean to leave right this moment? Alone? I'm not sure that... Nay, I will not seek to stop you. I will not seek to stop you. Go with the blessings of the Shadow, and I shall await your safe return. Thank you, Lena. One flying bird, please. You require a morrow? Just a moment, and I shall sell you swiftest beast to fly you to the island. The open water? To the depths of the Tempest? Our Mara can swim, yes, but to reach the ocean floor...
Ah, We have found thee.
Hmm? Oh. Hey, guys. What are you doing
Word
here?
reached us of thy recovery, and thus did we gather with all haste. Ah. By thy looks, I gather thou hast gleaned that which I came to tell thee.
Yeah.
Urianger has shared everything with us. The Exarch's true identity and purpose.
I offer no excuses. When I agreed to aid the Exarch with his plans, 'twas in full acceptance of the condemnation I would face when my duplicity was laid bare. Yet it is not rancor, but resolve that I sense in thee. Thou art fully intent upon walking thy path to its end, art thou not? If thou canst forgive my deception, or, failing that, set aside thy displeasure for a time, I do beg leave to follow thee. What strength and wisdom I possess are thine to command.
Well, my only request is no more lies, please.
Pray believe me when I say that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee. Indeed, I curse the circumstances which compelled me to do so. But no further secrets lie between us, I swear it.
I'm sorry, but I don't think this is a good idea. Leaving the Crystarium, I mean, with or without Urianger. What I did for you won't last forever. There's no telling when the light will break free again. Please, you must stay here. At least for a little while longer. We will find a way to cure this, I promise you.
How can you make promises? We don't even know where to start.
Alize, please. You know Reen was only trying to help.
Of course I know! I know only too well! But making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. It's a lie. Plain and simple. We've all searched high and low for an answer, and every one of us came back empty-handed. I am not about to stand in his way now. Not after failing him in his hour of need. No! The least we can do is...
We will go with you as well. There is naught to be gained by standing still.
Indeed, we have exhausted every other avenue. Lead, and we shall follow. If there is any hope to be found, then we will surely find it at your side.
Are we all in agreement, then?
Is there aught we can do to help?
Hmm? Oh.
Though we may not know the whole story, we do know you're in for a fight. And while the Exarch's away, it falls to the rest of us to see the Warrior of Darkness is given a proper send-off.
You told them!
No! Well, not in so many words.
Aye, we didn't need it spelled out for us. When the night sky appeared over whichever place you went to, it was harder not to put two and two together.
From the moment I heard that you and the Exarch shared the homeland, I had my suspicions. Long had he been waiting for a certain someone to arrive, and I knew at once that it must be you.
Exactly. When he went up to meet you, 'twas clear it was no ordinary visitor.
That spring in his step spoke volumes. I could feel his excitement.
E2! That's right!
Yeah.
We do not fully understand where you or the Exarch hail from, or why you've all done so much to protect us. But we are deeply grateful nonetheless. So, if there is anything at all we might do to aid your journey, you need only name it. What would you have of us?
You might have invited them to join us, where there are not so many. But come, they are waiting. What is your will, O warrior of darkness?
Well... defend the Crystarium until we return. Thou didst plan to commandeer an Amaro for thy journey to the open sea. I fear the following dive down onto Emmet Selk's underwater abode would drain even thy legendary stamina. Thus, during thy convalescence, we considered the most efficacious method for reaching the depths of the Tempest, and I believe we have arrived at an elegant solution. Yet ere we discuss this step, I suggest thou does conclude such pressing business as remains to thee in the Crystarium. Once the sea closes above our heads, we are not likely to surface again until our grand deed is done. Oh, I'm ready now. Let's go. Thine affairs are in order? Then I shall unfold to thee my proposal. Our destination is the ocean floor, yet our goal is not simply to arrive there, nay, we must needs have the means to breathe and fight freely. Thus when I petitioned the aid of one of the Fae, a being with whom I have yet to meet face to face. Rather than waste words on explanation, I bid thee follow me unto the hamlet of Solon, which lieth to the south and west. All will become abundantly clear, I promise thee. Interesting. Oh, over there. Right, the cavalry's here. Now, let's see what kind of plan does Urianger have. Further. Nice looking port town. There to the west, canst thou discern the hump of isle rising above the water? That foliage-covered mass hideth the key to our safe descent. Swim close and plunge thee beneath the surface. Thou shalt soon divine the reason for mine insistence. Though it be much to my shame, I can but flail and flounder where thou mayest glide as a fish. I shall board a boat to the island, and spare none all the spectacle of mine inept strokes. Poor Orianger. Can't even swim. So, that island is our key to get to the underwater. Curious. Wonder why. Let's just use a mount so we can get there a little bit faster. Going down. Whoa. Two curved slabs of rock seem squeezed together here, giving the impression of a giant stone eyelids. Aha! This is a giant well. Though it appears solid enough, the rock yields slightly under your touch. Was the surface gently shifting, or was it just your imagination? It's like Monstro from Pinocchio. Ah, screw this. Oh, there you are. What's up? Oh, there you are. Once you completed your underwater investigations, the path here leads to the top of the island. Okay. If you solve Urange's little mystery, then you can find him further up this slope. It was all rather obvious to my eyes, though I concede I have an unfair advantage. Right, because you can constantly sense the ether, living ether. Even seen up close, I'm still not sure what's so special about this island. The locals call this the Isle of Ken, which I presume must refer to knowledge. Either that or someone was being awfully zealous about making his territory. This lake is enormous. Assuming my geography is correct, this would be the mirror of Silvertear back in the source, although the size hardly compares. So then, well, what hast thou discerned? It reminds me of a certain primal. Most perceptive. According to the Lord of the Pixies, we are, even now, perched upon the back of an ancient Fey entity. Its name is Bismarck. Aye, the self-same title which we know the great feathered whale revered by the Vanu Vanu of the source. I will enlist its aid to bear us onto the deep, and thence banish the water with that airy sphere, alike in form of the domes which do shelters the hamlets neath the ruby sea. Within its compass, excuse me, Within its compass we may move unencumbered, and defend ourselves when the hour of battle cometh, as it most surely shall. Now I must needs ask for silence, whilst I make my supplication. Alright guys, shh, while he speaks.
Wir Sach, Bilan Bismail. Fallen si lor wislan. Adas si alinal.
Van urs atslir. Olfod thim. Iri guath thi.
Oh dear. I don't need to speak Fey to know that didn't go well.
Guess we need Feaul.
Oh, my snake yak! You've learned to call me at last! And where do you go? On a trip? A journey? I knew you wouldn't give up without a fight. Oh, my precious mortal, I shall help you in any way I can. Gers Bismail win picked. Van dromi drom yakum. Van read rithye.
Ahai una. Sahawin whisk. Isne rim. Sur vierno.
Be sure to scrub this one's teeth for him upon your return. It's only good manners.
It will be done, Your Majesty. Our deepest thanks for your timely intervention.
An agreement is reached and your departure is at hand. You wingless ones best hold on tight. May the blessings of the Fae keep you safe, Inba.
Lo fallo ruis. Vanin nar sitar. Dir sitagnai.
And just like that, it's all gone back to the way it was.
What was you expecting? 100 years of honey and rainbows? Seeing them Yulmore types wake up and smell the ashes, was miracle enough for me.
Ah, but the magic in the air when that ladder started moving. And when that great hulking Talos rose up! Gods! I could live 1,000 years and never behold anything so amazing.
What the... Do you see that?
What a monster! Where did it even come from? Whoa there! It's not stopping! Run! Run!
Lo vanana ana tilden sitok iri halmsi funne aktma von jasni tagnai.
Thank you, Bismarck. Ooh, rough landing.
Wow.
The breath of Bismarck. See how it swells to form a dome beneath the waves? The waters recede. The tempest's floor is laid bare. In defiance of the blinding sky, this place holds fast to its gloom. The last refuge of he who denies the light with every fiber of his being. You stand at the precipice, hero. Journey unto the heart of darkness. Finish it.
The Tempest. Fool I am that Bismarck was true to his word. We arrived in the Tempest, safe and dry. 'Tis here that we shall find the lair of Emmet Selk, and I believe the imprisoned Exarch as well. For an Ascian alone, it is of course a trifling matter to flee unto the rift, yet I suspect such travel is nigh impossible with a mortal in one's custody. Nay, he will not soon risk his prize when the Exarch's very body severeth the key to the Crystal Tower, and its powers of temporal transportation. Thus I am all but certain that this underwater realm harboureth our friend and enemy both. We have but to find them. Now, as for where we should be looking, I rather doubt Emmet Selk will be sitting around out in the open. I propose we follow the slope down towards the deeper trenches, and keep an eye out for rock formations large enough to house a stronghold. Let's be off then. But watch your footing, the ground is still wet, and like to be slippery. I must say that Tempest has one of my favorite, location themes. Hey, you're one of the fishermen. You okay? Hey, come on, come back. I'm not gonna eat you. Hey. There's an underwater city.
The finless ones, they followed me. Why have you come? Was it you who took away our water?
Ah, so this is where the Ondo made their home. I had wondered. Pray forgive us any inconvenience we have caused. We were not aware your people lived here in the Tempest. We need this great dome of air that we might conduct a most urgent search, and thus beg of your understanding.
Chieftain, what are we to do? Are you emissaries of the Ancient Ones? The mysteries have stirred, and have seen the illuminated land shining through the gloom of the abyss. If you are the emissaries, the chosen, I bid you welcome. If you are not, I bid you leave.
I am not sure I understand. Would you be willing to elaborate? I would seem not. I suggest we withdraw for the moment. So what's the plan? Given your condition, I'm reluctant to suggest lingering here. That said, our presently meandering search would proceed far more swiftly if we could call upon the Ondo's local knowledge. Yes, I'd like to know more about this illuminated land the chieftain spoke of. Could it be Emet-Selk's stronghold, do you suppose? Perhaps he lit the lanterns upon his return? We cannot dismiss the possibility, but if these Ondo refuse to speak with us. Leo, do you remember my first scheme of entering Yulmore? How I have planned to integrate myself by offering lucrative training opportunities with the Ondo? The individual I dealt with was reticent in matter of curious in custom, but we were able to reach an agreement nonetheless. I believe that with the right approach, we can build a similar relationship here. What kind of approach do you have in mind? That chieftain fellow didn't leave us as many options. If we are to treat the swiftest course, then we must needs locate its beginning. Displaying our all too dramatic arrival hath thrown this settlement into confusion. We were to solve such problems as we have caused, and assure our hosts thereby that our purpose here is not inimical to them. They may yet prove amenable to reason. I smell chores, but very well, if it can be done quickly. What do you think? I've nothing better to offer, but I do worry that will happen if the Ondo's tales end up leading us to a dead end. I cannot say for certain, but I sense this tribe has a deeper connection to the Asians than first meets the eye. It warrants further investigation. Thus I cast my vote in favor of aiding the Cellmen for the time being. Let's do what we do best. Then it's settled. Vishtola, pray proceed with your investigations. The rest of us will see about fostering some goodwill. And now, let's do the thing that we always do. Help the locals, so we can proceed with the plot. Leo, you won't believe what I just bumped into. This is Fausch Oan, the very fellow I did business with prior to our ill-fated stay in Yulmore.
I waited, and you did not come. Then the mist still came, but his visits did not continue.
I am truly sorry, Fausch. I think things did not proceed as planned. Is there aught we can do to... Is there aught we can do for you by way of an apology?
Perhaps. Where the Dry return, a cavern to the north, is home to a giant crabs. We do not fear the crab, for we are the swifter swimmers. But now there is no water. We run, and they scuttle close behind, snipping and snapping with their claws. There are too many of them, too many.
Ah, I believe I can be of assistance there. And what of you, Leo? If you're not fond of a task, then you are most welcome to join me. Indeed, I should be appreciate the company. Where the Dry return has a rather ominous ring to it. Well, here we are. At the bottom of the sea, flying with my Christmas bear. Now let's kick some crab ass. There we go. Thinning out the population just a bit. Alright, we're back.
You could crack their shells? You must be stronger than you look.
I see you reached your quota first again. I shall never be your equal in such tasks. Still, I would say we have reduced the local crab population to a far less threatening number.
My thanks to both of you. You must have a reward.
Nay, Poshoan. This was to be a part of my apology to you, remember? Besides which, the lack of water is our doing, so which we must also make amends. Might I convince you to tell us something about your village instead? I would very much like to learn more about you and your people.
Very well. Before the flood came, it is said that our ancestral home was found in the seas to the south. It was utterly destroyed by the light. Only those who were out hunting survived. They swam aimless and lost, until they spied buildings here on the ocean floor. Strange buildings they were, and long had they stood under the water, yet somehow they have been spared the scars of time and current. These structures provide shelter for my people, protection from the tempest's turbulent waters, and the predators which hunted within them. Their very existence seemed a miracle. The first settlement pondered their good fortune. It was clear that the race who had built such wonders had guided their course, and from this did they discern the truth. That the ancients had chosen us to serve as caretakers of the eternal sanctuary until such time as they returned. Thus it is judged that you are coming, and this great vanishing of water was by the ancients' design. You will find a warm welcome here.
A truly astonishing history. Yet I cannot help but wonder, how will the significance, or otherwise, of our arrival be decided?
The ancients have been blessed us with protection and prosperity. If your presence serves to bring us the same, there will be no doubt in the matter.
Then it would seem our earlier discussion was the correct one. We thank you for the lesson, Fashoan, and I will continue to do all we can to assist your people. Should you desire our help with any other trouble, pray do not hesitate to ask. We should return to the task at hand. Only, do try not to overexert yourself, my friend. The risk far outweighs the gain. What do you have? Ah, Leo. Have you learned out of note? Fascinating. And precisely the sort of information I was hoping to hear. In fact, if you have a moment, I'd like to borrow your eyes to confirm a theory I've been working on. Come. Now, there are two tasks I would have you perform. The first requires you to inspect the buildings which surround the Ondo settlement, and note their most distinctive characteristics. For the second, I wish you to use this knife to take scrapings from one of the remnant walls. Pray be as thorough as you can. I shall be waiting here for the result of your investigations. Okay. Now, let's see here. What can we inspect? The Cleonid larva floats aimlessly, a forlorn look on its face. It seems harmless enough. Wait, is that a window? The tall, slender tower featured many elaborate windows, the likes of which you have seen nowhere else. Now, let's use this. You set the point of the knife against the wall, but even after applying considerable pressure, you cannot remove so much as a flake of stone. Very durable. And what have you discovered? Yes, I would agree that the windows are most distinctive. It would seem the scriptures appear the same to both your sight and mine. And you say you could not so much as scratch the wall, even with all your might behind the blade? Leo, everywhere I turn in this place, my gaze is drawn by peculiar materials for whichever I do not have a name. The buildings I had you investigate are prime examples. They may appear to be constructed of ordinary stone, but I assure you it's nothing of the sort. If pressed, it would describe the substance as a composite of several mineral properties, blended to create a material of unparalleled durability. Even the Ronkan Empire, once the greatest power of Novrand, produced nothing which compares to this level of perfection. But if not the Ronkas, then who? Who were these ancients the Ondo claim as the architects of their sanctuary? I suspect our answer lies with the reason Emmet Selk withdrew here to the Tempest. He may simply have wished to retreat somewhere mere mortals could struggle to reach. But there are many such remote locations. Why here specifically? Emmet Selk is devoted to this role, and thus we might assume his choice of stronghold somehow serves the Asian agenda. Or mayhap, 'tis a place more dear to him than any other. Are you saying this was built by ancient Asians? That is my theory, that these structures are remnants of a time before history, of a star that was yet whole and unbroken. Such traces in the source would have been obliterated by the succession of umbral calamities, but here in the first, they might have remained untouched for millennia. A copy of the mural in the Kitana Ravel. Al may present it to me but during my visit to Fanao, after our victory in Kalusha. Here in the first scene, by Emmet Selk's own words, it depicts the city of eons past and the disaster which befell it. The design is much simplified, of course, but do you see the similarities between its towers and those you have just inspected? Yeah, they're similar. We are close to the truth, I feel. Let us search the surroundings for another tower, one which matches the picture near enough to remove all doubt. From what I have seen, not more than sand and more sand lies to the east, and the south held no much structure. I suggest we try our luck further to the northwest. Northwest. Wait a minute. This is it. Yep. Aye, this is the mural writ large. Though I cannot guess at its purpose, it must have been imposing sight how much the tower's height lies hidden beneath the ground. I wonder. Centuries of our history have been settled upon such ruins, countless layers of dust and sediment. An entire civilization, its existence forgotten by all except by a handful of Asians. And yet it did exist. They lived here, in this city. But let us focus on what we learned thus far. The unknown chieftain spoke of mysteries stirring, of a land illuminated. Judging by his words, he believes this phenomenon related to the ancients' return. Thus we can surmise that what the Undo saw shining in the abyss was, in all likelihood, yet another remnant of this age-old civilization. And who else would light the lanterns, as Rean put it, and then Emmett Selk himself? It is almost certain he is there. But if we are to find this stronghold in timely manner, it seems gaining the Undo's trust remains our swiftest path forward. I only hope our deeds are enough to win them over. Thank you for assisting me with my investigations. I shall seek our companions and share what we learned. Much as I would like to tell you to sit down and leave the rest to us, your condition demands that we make all reasonable haste. If you're not too weary, it may be useful to speak with Fa Shuan again, and ask if there's aught else he is willing to divulge. Okay then, let's ask more. Hey, buddy.
Ah, Alphino's friend. You and your companions have done much to repair the damage caused when the waters parted. Anything else you can do? Have you been to the walls of the Forgotten?
Are they the ruins to the northwest?
Yes, that is the sacred site of which I speak. Could it be that your footsteps were guided there by the ancients? I believe it may be so. Listen then, I will tell you of our plans to bring light to the walls, that we might answer the shining call of the illuminated land. We have requested a finless craftsman to shape us a sacred lamp. He is odd of a land dweller, choosing as he does to live in the ocean, but his skill is beyond question. It is concerning, however, that we have heard nothing of his progress. If you are to visit this artisan and return with our long-awaited light, then any doubt as to your purpose would be laid to rest. His name is Grenold. You will find his workshop in metal structure to the south.
Grenold? We did heard that name back in Crystarium. Huh. That's an interesting dome. Hello? Oh, that's just great. That is. Me mind's playing tricks on me now. Look, Reynolds, someone's come to visit ya, at the bottom of the bleeding ocean. Or it might just be a ghost, huh? Go on, foul shade. Feast yourself on me rotten soul. I've got no use to it. A craftsman can't craft his more pointless than a sea slug with a doming hammer. And that's an insult to bloody sea slugs. Looks like you, buddy, need to be... there. Need to get psyched. Come on, get... Huh? You wouldn't be trying to raise my spirits now, would ya, spirit? Not what you expect from a servant of the Netherworld. What? You? Has it really come to this? What's that supposed to mean? Not impressed with what you see, lad? Aye, well, I may have let myself go a bit. This was meant to be me underwater sanctuary. A place where I could concentrate on me work, far from the distractions of the outside world. And yet, here you stand. Now, what's so damn important that you dive all the way down to the bottom of the bleeding tempest to bother me? Ah, the Ondo's lamp. God's curse me empty head is not as much as made a start! I'm worthless than a sea slug. Nay, the slime left by the sea slug. Me delivery days long past, me workbench is untouched, and I call myself a bleeding artisan. You've heard their beliefs, have ya? Bringing light to them ruins in an act of deep religious and cultural significance. It was my privilege as a craftsman to be tasked with providing a ritual instrument worthy of the occasion. I was just... can't... bloody well... me mind's bleeding's blank. It's like I pissed away the last drop of inspiration. Tell me you got someone to show me. Someone else I'll give me Muse a right good kick up the arse. Well... The unknown want to honor the coming of these ancients, so the answering lights got to blaze with the right kind of brightness. Like the spark of light caught in a crystal, but just being sparkly is not enough. It's got to dance with a joy and sorrow and a sense of hardship endured. You know what I mean. Your thoughts turn to the warriors of light from the first, and the crystals you discover at the end of their journeys. Maybe Grenold would find them inspiring. I've let you unknown down, aye. But more than I've let myself down. Might as well go back to mending kettles. What do you think of this? Huh? What's that you've got there? Such striking beauty. It shines with heartache and laughter in the transience of life, like the turmoil of history made manifest. Aye, I can see the brilliance of the crystal's legacy. He'd never capture such gleam, not if ye harbored 100 years. But bucker me, I don't mean to try. Where are me tools, goddamn ye? I must set their work before the feeling fades. I can feel it, a vision coming in me mind. Step aside, lad, and let me itching hands get to work. And done. I've taken the wonders that crystals show me and channeled them into a new shape that befits the Undo's spiritual character. Whoa. That'll do. Not a bad job if I do say so myself. And to think, how is this close to hanging up me hammer after studying the craft of them ancients? I've been across the length and breadth of Northrend, and gobbled at every scrap of crafting wisdom that I could find. But no matter which technique I tried, me work was just an comparison. I couldn't even figure out how they put them damn buildings together. A mystery of the ages, that's what drew me here in the first place. I built me workshop, got their forges burning, they lost me bleeding will to craft. Thank the gods for that crystal of yours, or I might never have gotten it back. I would go pry into your business, but I reckon your little miracle there has been through the kind of journey they sing songs about. The echoes of the memory it holds just speak directly to your heart. Aye, I can still feel them coursing through me. The inspiration is not fading away, it's swelling up stronger and stronger. Give me the chance, and I reckon I can weave the crystal saga into their things as well. But bugger me, I almost forgotten the Undo's commission. If you could drag that lamp over to the Thul's Oath for me, I'll stay here and dream up new armaments for you to try. Leave it to me. Yeah. And thanks to this guy, we can now get... Well, you can now get the level 80 gear. I.e. this stuff. In case with the... in case with monks. Now let's get back to our guys and to see if we are now able to proceed. What is it that you have there? Reynolds' lamp. This profusion, so brightly glowing coral-like branches, is most definitely not a kettle. The sacred lamp! Then the Finless One has kept his promise. My people tell me of the many deeds you have performed in the name of aiding the cups, and now you've come to me, bearing the light we had almost surrendered hope of never seeing. We can doubt your purity no longer. Your arrival was the will of the ancients. Yes, the time for their fear has passed. We shall take the lamp and unveil its azure illumination to the walls of the Forgotten. Gather there with your companions, and we shall speak again once our prayer has been offered.
O stewards of the Ondo, we offer up our light in answer.
That crystal you showed the artisan. Was it... Did it belong to one of my friends?
Yes, missed that part, did you?
I tried to give you a measure of privacy. No one wants a spirit looking over their shoulder every moment of the day.
Thank you. But yes.
So tell me, if you would, how did you come across that crystal?
Well, it happened like this.
I was right then. Strange that I should learn such things now, after they're long gone. They were fine friends, every one of them. I didn't expect death to teach me so much. About them, about Seto, about you, about the hope that hides at the heart of this world. I've never been one for idle chit-chat, but if by some miracle I could see them all again, I doubt I would ever stop talking. I'm grateful I got to bend your ear at least. And just for that, I reckon I'll stick with you. To the very end.
Apologies, we were a little late to the gathering.
Took your
It seems
time.
we succeeded in gaining their trust.
The delay wasn't exactly welcome, but at least our many hands made light work. And they seemed especially impressed with your contribution. Our hero indeed.
Hey, it's on my resume.
Y'shtola was telling us those structures may date back to the age of the Ascians.
An Ascian homeland. Despite his many protestations, I never quite believed Emmett Selk was telling the truth.
Nor I. But there is no denying the evidence before our eyes. Clearly this was once a great city. A home they would see restored, no matter how many tens of thousands of years it takes.
It's a hollow dream when you think about it. Even if they manage to rejoin all the worlds, they'll never bring back the ones who were lost. But would I have done any different?
How are you feeling?
Well... I'm fine.
You have completed your devotions?
Yes. To the honored ancients have we offered up our prayers and our gratitude. You too have our thanks.
Might we trouble thee then to tell us more of the illuminated land of which thou didst lately speak?
To the west of here lies a great trench. Some days ago, a light appeared in that endless darkness. Curious, we ventured closer and discovered in the depths an entire city. The buildings we spied were akin to our own everlasting abodes. Impossibly so. We understood at once the ancients had risen. There could be no doubt. Taken with terror, we retreated to the cups, and I decreed that none should enter the trench until such time as we received a sign.
Might it still be possible to reach this city of the ancients?
With no water to drown you, a finless one could now travel there. Yes. I am convinced you are the sign for which we have been waiting. My people will show you the way.
Shall we?
Yes, let's.
The chieftain had bid me guide your steps to the illuminated land. Come, the way lies downwards. Follow the path of coral and rock, and join your comrades below.
Really? Well, seems you're eager. Enough with these distractions. Now, as you were.
All are gathered, yes? Then I shall describe the path you must take. Enter the cavern beyond, and follow the wall down, and down, and down. Once at the bottom, find a passage to the northwest, then continue west, and west, and west. The way is not simple. Keep your friends within shouting distance, and do not stray into the deep. Just before the journey's end, you will find the Caliban Gap, and the barrier we place at its mouth. This obstacle will fade should you raise a hand towards it. We shall make it so.
A most succinct explanation. We thank you for your guidance. Right, deeper into the depths we go. Well, thanks, buddy. Our guide bade us travel to the cavern floor, and thence to the west. It would seem these twisting tunnels defy such simple instruction. Rather than rely on direction alone, I suggest we scout with care, and relay the path ahead to those who come behind. Alright then. Ishtola hath forged ahead. Shall we continue on with our own advance? through here. The rock drops off sharply here, but I should think this coral thick enough to serve as a bridge. Ew, it's all slimy. Fine. So then, where next? Oh, Leo, you have a choice of two routes from here. You can either take a long way to the south around the rocks, or skip along this coral branch, as Alice has done. I, for one, shall be following my sister's example then. And I will follow suit. Phew, not to it. Alice has already gone on ahead. We should catch up to her. No time for fates. There you are. Come on. I think I found the tunnel we're looking for. I see some light. Here, this must be the barrier the Ondo spoke of. Well, that was rather more arduous than expected. I feel a sudden rush of gratitude for the smooth roads our ancestors cut through the wilderness. It was a treacherous path indeed. I believe one of us needs but to raise a hand and banish this next obstacle. Leo, I'll let you to do the honors. Well then, Door. High five. Gone just like that. I suppose we should head in. Well, I guess not. This tunnel will be just as perilous as the road we walked to get here. Let's all stay aware of the surroundings, shall we? That is a very long drop. Please, no heroic jumps over the edge, Leo. I don't think my heart could take it. Well, no need for jumps. We can just fly. Where thy foot falls, my friend. Oh, our road taketh us even onwards. unto even deeper darkness. Bum, 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 bum. Can't catch me. Now to witness one of the most spectacle locations.
By the gods!
It's Zanarkand. I mean, the world that never was. I mean,
When the Ondo spoke of a city, I did not think they meant an actual city.
Then we are seeing the same view.
What's up?
The remnants in the Ondo settlement were solid material structures. But these... everything here pulses with ether. 'Tis an enchantment on a monumental scale.
Whoa. Very impressive, Emet-Selch. Leo, did you note the style of the architecture? It is the same used for the remnants at the copse and the murals painted towers. Look closely. Emet-Selch has not simply reclaimed these ruins. He has layered the semblance of an entire city upon them. Gods, the magnitude of this artifice is staggering. Though it pains me to admit, we did not fully understand the feats of which an old world Asian is capable. One cannot blame the Ondo for fleeing the spectacle of these brooding edifices. We, however, have not the luxury of fear. It's big, I'll grant you. But cluttered city streets are far more conducive to infiltration than wide open spaces. This will work to our advantage, trust me. You think all those tall, dark buildings would be frightening, but for some reason they just make me feel sad. Emet-Selch holds the Exarch captive somewhere within that vast city. Yet even if we must search every alleyway, we will find them. It's intimidating, yes, but we had to start somewhere. Why don't we have a closer look at the tower to the southeast? We might be able to reach it from the edge of the trench. Yeah, look at this, guys. It's freaking beautiful. Just a sec. There we go. Just took a screenshot. Yeah, this is really amazing. It's like a combination of Zanarkand, the world that never was, Gotham. And I just love this song that it plays here. It's like a combination of very relaxing but still very melancholy music. And you can hear that constant clock ticking in the song. Look at the size of those doors. Now I know how pixies must feel. Leo Platinum recognized. Welcome to the city of Amarot. Will you be riding the lift? What? Did the building just welcome you? Mayhap it's not so passing strange. Did Emetzelk not invite Leo to visit his abode? "'Tis plainly thy coming was expected. And will this lift be taking us? The lift services every level of Akora Heights, but is presently configured to convey passengers directly to the ground floor. Well, there you have it. In the absence of some few hundred yams of rope, we have little choice but to accept the offer. With the emphasis on the we, I'm not about to let you walk into that place alone. I wish to ride the lift. As you wish. The lift will arrive shortly. Ancient technology elevators. Nice. Next stop, ground floor. Facilities include the Bureau of the Administrator, the Bureau of the Architect, and the Capital. If mine eyes do not deceive, we stand in some manner of communal square. Just a moment. I thought I saw something. I just can't believe how tall everything is. Seems peaceful enough, he said, tempting fate. Each of these towers seems a veritable city in itself. Even a Geekus will feel inadequate in such surroundings. It's only at this distance that you start to realize just how big the buildings truly are. What did that voice call this city? Amarot? Look, over there. Is that a person? No, my mistake. That's a giant. It doesn't seem to have noticed us yet. Giant or no, our resident of this place may have much more and more to tell us. I say we make that first move. Alphino, you can't just... Excuse me, my boldness, but may I ask you a few questions? Oh, what adorable costumes. Are you children on an excursion? This district has much to teach you. How odd. That sounded like no language I ever heard, and yet I understood every word. Just as he understood us. Now, which district is this exactly? You must be lost. Poor things. You stand in the Polyedric district, wherein lie the institutions most vital to the management of our star. Can you tell us where to find Emmett Silk? Ah, I see. You've come to marvel at the workings of the convocation of 14. Hardly surprising, I suppose. The whole world holds its breath as the final days draw near, and our brightest minds race to implement their plans. Thus you must understand that gaining an audience at this time will be next to impossible. You should hurry home now, before your families begin to worry. Do you need me to walk you back? No, thank you. We'll be fine. Very well then. Take care, little ones. What was that all about? To my eyes, these people appear as arcane entities. I suspect Emmett Silk wove them from ether, much as he reconstructed the entire of the city. The final days. Such words well befit the oblivion described to us by our Asian foe. A catastrophe of unprecedented scale, which did set in motion the summoning of Zodiac, and thence Hydaelyn herself. But that happened centuries and centuries ago, didn't it? That man spoke as if they were rushing it to avert the disaster here and now. Unless, for these people, the distant past is here and now. I believe thou hast the right of it, Master Alphino. This ethereal Amarot and its residents appear to be phantoms of a different age. Emmett Silk hath resurrected a memory, a moment in time from before the star was sundered. So, we find ourselves in a long-destroyed city inhabited by the long-departed. An unusual situation, to be sure, but at least we'll be able to parley with these ancients. In fact, they seemed alright eager to chat. I say we use this to our advantage. Split up, strike up some conversations, and see if we can learn the location of our quarry. And while we're at it, it wouldn't hurt to whittle out a few more details regarding this convocation of 14 and their impending disaster. To mingling then. Let's meet back here with our jaws start aching. Well, let's go speak with these ancient people. 'Twould seem the whole has host to a most precious visitor this day. And what, pray tell, shall this subject of our discussion, young one? Ah, the convocation and their handling of the incoming pearl. 'Tis only natural that you should have questions. Shall we begin with the members themselves? As all know, the 14 are the wisest and most puissant among us. They are the stewards of order, responsible for decisions which keep this star turning season after season. Let be it the speaker, La Habrea, or the emissary, Elidibus. Each seat is occupied by an elected sage of surpassing intellect. Logriff, Mitren, Emetselk, the individual titles have, as a gesture of respect and a manner of tradition, become synonymous with their incumbents. Thus, it is with great incredulity that I greet the recent rumor that a seat in the convocation is soon to be left vacant. If proven true, it would be an unprecedented development, and testament to the immense pressure under which our saviors are toiling. In any event, I for one am confined they shall deliver our star unto salvation. So, all the Asians we know are part of that convocation of the 14. Because there was really big words they used. I mean, well, words, of course, and names. La Habrea, for example. Oh, didn't really like that guy. Good gracious, child. Where is your family? You should not be alone in a time like this. Run along home, quickly now. Have you not heard? Though yet confined to the lands across the sea, a terrible phenomenon afflicts our star. They are calling it the final days. 'Tis said it starts suddenly, a cacophonous keening from beneath the earth. The sounds distorts all living things within earshot, and wrests from us control of our creation magics. Once that happens, all is lost. Fear, pain, despair, every dread impulse in this is siphoned from our minds and given substance, an eternal fall of fiery rain, an incessant spawning of nightmarish beasts. None can point to the source of the phenomenon. 'Tis as if the star itself has fallen ill, as if a force inimical to life now festers and spreads. 'Tis only a matter of time until Amora too resounds to that discordant squall. You should stay with your loved ones, child. Stay with them. I know I'm not the first one to say this, but is this what it feels to be Lalafell next to these guys? An audience with Emmett Silk? I'm afraid you have the wrong office, little one. And besides, he will be far too busy to field the questions of curious children. Sure, you have been told of the looming catastrophe. Every resource available to the convocation must be spent upon ensuring our world survives. They have yet to make an official announcement, but it's said the 14th are moving forward with a plan to scarce credible proportions, one which promises to grant will to the very star itself. They will invoke our mightiest spells of creation to birth an entity of all-encompassing magnificence, and then they will rewrite their laws of existence. 'Tis a huge undertaking, and it must be completed ere the corruption spreads this far. Thus I say to you again, do not hold out hope for an audience. So I guess from this estimation there are the 14th are the ones who summoned Zodiac. Well, that was the experience. I was never very fond of being treated like a child, but I did make asking questions less suspicious. Leo, if I'm not... why I cannot read words. Blah, blah, blah. Leo, if I was not certain before, then I am now. The people of this city believe they face the end of the world. I cannot imagine what purpose compelled them itself to recreate this ancient Omorat. And yet, I fancy I hear his words to us echoing throughout this ocean trench. He will have his story known. We can compare notes once the others return. Hopefully then, our next move will become clear. It would seem our conversations were much alike. A looming disaster, creation magics running rampant, and this convocation's efforts to bring salvation out of chaos. I suppose there was talk of a little else in the time there when these events came to pass. Oriange, if I may, what are your thoughts on the ancients' art of creation? A fascinating discipline indeed. All the mind can conceive, I may be rendered in reality. All that is required is a clear concept upon which to focus one's will. It is not dissimilar to the primal rites taught by the Asians, when ritual ceremony beareth life into figments of myth and legend. I see we arrive at the same conclusion then. The people who lived in the age before the Sundering were blessed with vast reserves of mana. No matter how draining these creation magics must be, it seems they paid the cost with not more than a fraction of ether which coursed through their own bodies. If we were to attempt the same, such spells would soon deplete our energies and then seek to draw the balance from elsewhere, from a hoard of crystals mayhap, or from the very land itself. Thus, when this art of creation was placed upon our hands, it became in effect a means of destruction. An interesting matter, which no doubt bears further study, but despite all these revelations, I worry we are no closer to finding Emet-Selch. Has anyone learned aught which might lead us to his location? Not directly, mayhap, but from what we've heard, it seems the convocation of 14 is sequestered in the nearby Capitol building. When we went to see for ourselves, the attendant wouldn't let us through without a writ of permission. So we tried our luck at the bureau of the administrator, but we were thought these permissions might be issued, but the clerk said he couldn't help, since our names didn't appear in the registry. And that was where we gave up. I wonder though, Leo, could you be eligible for one of these writs? The voice in the lift seemed to know who you were. It might be that your name is registered at the bureaus as well. Worth a look, I'd say. Meanwhile, I'll head back to the capital and search for the less official point of entry, just in case. Pray allow me to accompany thee of thy reconnaissance. An arcane perspective may prove needful. I think I'd like to speak with more of these agents. Maybe they know something that could help cure Leo's condition. Would you mind coming with me? Of course I don't mind. Just lead the way. Then Ishto and I will busy ourselves with further exploration. There's surely more there's surely more intelligence to be had. And so, we part ways once more. This time, however, let us reconvene in front of the capital. We're so close, everyone. We're so close to the great confrontation. Excuse me. A visitor's writ? Yes, I can assist you. Full name, please. Leo Platinum. Please wait near the counter while I confirm your details. Leo Platinum, your application is ready for collection. As your residency was approved by Emmett Selk himself, further forms of identification will not be required. Here are your application documents. Submit them at the Bureau of the Secretariat, and the clerk will issue you with a visitor's writ for the capital. Thank you, sir. Bum 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 bum. Next, please. Application documents requesting permission to enter the capital as sanctioned visitor. Visiting the capital, are we? Please take a seat. Your name will be called once your application has been processed. Okay, then. So silly. May I? You, I think, are from a time beyond ours. Have you followed in the wake of Emmett Selk? Nay, there is no cause for alarm. I am simply a shade, here and not here. I know only that my name is Hythlodaeus, and that this city is recreation, a phantom moment plucked from the well of history. these others seem aware of their pale existence, but I wonder if Emmet Selk's mind was distracted when it came to my reconstruction. A stray thought would have been enough. I thought Deus will realize the truth, for example. We were close friends once, you see. Yet in spite of my perception, I play the same role as all the rest. A bit part, meant to bring color and noise to this well-crafted stage. Too much scrutiny, and we shall burst like the fragile bubbles we are. As I tell you again, my presence is not to concern you. I wish only to share your company whilst we wait. If you come this far, then you know of the catastrophe which awaits us in our morrow. The final days. What became as isolated incidents soon swelled into a world-spanning threat. The convocation of 14, well, he was 13 at the time, endeavored to create a wheel for our star. They would repair the fundamental laws of order and halt the spread of destruction. But creation of such scale required an immense source of power. Of those who still lived, nearly half offer up their lives in the name of salvation. And from their sacrifice, Zodiac was born. Just as we had hoped, he reached forth and halted the march of oblivion. Yet oh how the star had suffered. So many species lost. The land was blight, the waters poisoned, and even the wind had ceased to blow. Once more did our people give themselves to Zodiac. Another half of our race sacrificed to cleanse the world, to ensure that trees and grasses and myriad tiny lives would sprout and grow and flourish. The cycle of light had begun anew, and we considered the means by which we might protect it. The convocation decided thus: we would nurture our world until it was bursting with vitality. Then, when the time was right, we would offer some portion of its living energy to Zodiac. In return, he will restore us, those brethren whose souls have fed his strength, and together we will resume our role as stewards. There were, however, those who disagreed with this plan. They argued that enough had been sacrificed to Zodiac, that this new world should belong to the lives newly born. These dissidents surrendered their life energies in the creation of Heidelberg, an incarnation of their opposing belief, and for the first time in history, our people stood divided. You know, now you, then how this conflict ended? I thought you might. Emmet Selk has ever been a champion for the will of Zodiac. The original plan may have been set back by millennia, but he will not have abandoned his course. He will pay the price for a return by whatever means is necessary. Although he may carry himself with a certain glib ease, Emmet Selk is not a man to bear his burdens lightly. In fact, I imagine they will have only grown heavier with every passing century. is truly a terrible weight he has chosen to carry. Leo Platinum. It seems your turn has come. Pray do not keep me. Let me keep you. Ah, there was one last thing. You walk with another at your side, yes? Huh? Nay, I see no definite form, just the faintest suggestion of a second soul. I doubt it visible to anyone but me. Otherwise, I assume only you can see and hear this ethereal companion. Your connection is hardly a coincidence. In our time, the two of you were one. The color of your soul tells the tale. A hue that distinctive cannot be mistaken, no matter how thin the soul is spread. This is just the kind of fate I might expect for such as he. Surely Emet has recognized a hint of him in you. What? Leo Platinum? Fare you well, my new old friend. May you find what it is you seek. Oh, he's gone. Sorry, I'm here. Your visitor's writ as requested. When you wish to gain admittance to the capital, simply present the document to the attendant within. Finally! You were gone so long, I was on the verge of mounting a rescue party. I'll fare you in your bureaucratic adventures. Got the writ. Ah, I see my instincts were correct. And a good thing too. Orange and I weighed our chances of breaking into the capital. An official entrance is by far the most attractive option. The capital boasteth not a single armed sentry. 'Twould seem that in their time, they did not deem it needful to post guards. The windows and floors, however, appear heavily warded. Though mightily did we strive, with strength mundane and magical, we failed to budge them, even a fraction of one ilm. Mayhaps 'twas simply the case that Emet recreation did not extend to their usual function. We didn't try everything, of course, but we thought it best to conserve our time and energy for more pressing matters. Speaking of which, Rena and I tried asking about the cure for you. The problem is, these ancients didn't exist beyond Amaras today. They will happily tell their own tales, but whenever we attempt to explain our situation, the conversation quickly became muddled. What of you, Leo? Was that warrior of interest said during your efforts to obtain a writ? A great sacrifice of life in exchange of their brethren's resurrection. And you say all the Asian scheming has been leading to this? All this time. But if they still mean to enact this plan, then things won't end with their rejoining. I thought we knew their intentions in full. Restore the world to its former glory, and in return, empower Zodiac to reclaim his throne as the will of the star. Yet that was merely a step along the way. I hesitate to put it into words, but we had to assume that following their final rejoining, the ancients mean to draw on the lives of the source to make their sacrifice to Zodiac. And does seem like the most likely scenario. Mayhap those who ally with the Asians would be spared that fate. But what value is there in surviving when all our history, all our struggles will be erased? I cannot consent such an act. Of course not. And that's to say not of what Emet-Selch plans for the Exarch's power. Do we stand by and let him threaten our future as well as our past? We need to fight him, Leo. And when we do, make your mark. Change the course of history in the weight that's felt by those who came before, and those who came after, by everyone you ever met. Change things so that even my other self, dying somewhere in the future calamity, will smile and say, I knew you would win. Is fighting Emet-Selch the only way? He created an entire city. It will take everything we have to defeat him, if we even can. And if you push that hard in your current state, the line will break free. The decision to press on lies with you. Destiny lies with each and every one of us. Alright, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final quest in this final story. Let's go. Do you remember that talk we had atop the tower in Mort-Sauk? I'm still of the same mind now as I was then. I don't abandon you, you don't abandon me, and together we make a difference in this fight. There's always hope if we look for it. I saw it again and again as you tore those veils of light from the sky. If we keep taking that next step forward, there's a chance we'll find a way to save you. So no matter how long it takes or how much it hurts, you can count on me to keep on walking. Forthry spoke of the disaster we would bring upon our heads. The ceaseless conflict. I imagine how he would sneer to see what's become of the first, not to mention our perilous predicament. Yet, who can deny the fire your deeds have ignited in the people's hearts? You achieve what my logic and ideals would never could, uniting desperate peoples under the banner of hope and common purpose. Without you, that giant Talos would never have raised its head. I have borne witness to many such miracles at your side, and would do so again. This is but another obstacle in the road. So, come, let us travel it. Drag me through the wonder and danger as you are wont to do, and I shall endeavor not to slow you down. As well thou knowest, if we are to usher Emmet Selk unto his rest, we must needs bind his Asian soul, and then shatter it with overwhelming force. The former task requireth oversight, and such I have prepared, upon the Exarch's asking no less, though 'twas never mine intent to provide said boon. The future whence our noble friend doth hail is a world fallen to Asian artifice, and he would not see such grim history repeated. In a sense, Emmet Selk's destruction will be a culmination of the Exarch's efforts, a reward for they hath endured these many years. Yet even as thou stridest into the jaws of peril, forget not but that his fondest wish, and that of many others besides, it is to see thee survive unto the morrow. 'Tis in pursuit of that happiness, happiest of outcomes, that I do pledge to remain at thy side. Thank you, Renjay. Our time the first have been a never-ending succession of trials, as arduous as our path in the source ever was. Yet through all our journeys together, through that deep and foreboding wood, you have helped me to stay true of my convictions. Thus will I return the favor. Do as your heart decrees, without hesitation or regret, and that is all I will to say on the matter. Well, this has put everyone in a solemn mood, hasn't it? Honestly, we're not even sure this will be the end of it. But I suppose we should speak our minds, when we have the opportunity. You taught me that much in Amarang. So forgive me this moment of sentiment, Leo. By dragging me into this sorry mess, you've given me the chance to think and act as I should have, for Reen's sake. Words cannot express how much this has changed my life, or how grateful I am for your support. So I shall express my gratitude through actions instead. No matter where you decide to go, I will be there, guarding your back. When Minfilia entrusted me with her power, she warned me that no matter how strong you become, you can still fall victim to despair. You can still feel powerless. And she was right. After you collapsed on Mount Gulg, my hands wouldn't stop shaking. If I made a mistake, if I failed to bind the light within you, I was terrified you would die. Even now, you could be moments from turning, and I wouldn't know how to save you. You, Thangrit, the others, you have all been there when I needed help. Minfilia surrendered her life to me, her legacy. I should be ready to do the same for you, and I want to, I do, but I'm not good enough. She told me to follow your example, and I've tried. I really tried. Then you shouldn't hang your head. I shouldn't? A good friend once told me, fate can be cruel, but a smile better suits a hero. I'm not sure Actually, never mind. I think I'll understand better if I try more for myself. No, nothing will come of rooting here in self-pity. I've made my decision, Leo. I'm going with you. Welcome to the capital. All visitors must present an official writ of permission before admittance will be granted. Your documents appear to be in order. You may proceed into the capital, but any guests you may choose to bring with you must remain in your vicinity at all times.
This really is unacceptable. I gave you very specific instructions.
Emmett Sulk.
My invitation was for an abomination, ripe with the power to bring about the world's annihilation. Not this half-broken thing. Whatever am I to do with you? And I see you insist on keeping the same familiar company. Are you so lost without them?
It is not he who is lost without the familiar. Not content with remaking an entire city, you aim to fill it with the reconstituted souls of the dead.
I may have gotten a little carried away in my attention to detail, added a few unnecessary flourishes. Well, there's no point trying to hide it. Yes. Once the rejoining of worlds is complete, Zodiac will regain his full strength and shatter his prison. Then we shall offer up the Source's remaining inhabitants in sacrifice, that we might resurrect our brethren who died to bring Zodiac into existence. But what was it that you came here to do exactly?
Isn't it obvious? We came here for the Exarch.
Well, you can't have him. The wisdom that man guards may open up new worlds of possibilities. He has unlocked the secrets of travel across the rift, and through time as well, it would seem. Quite an accomplishment for one of his incomplete nature. I must explore the limits of his capabilities and harness that power for the Ardor. Even now, after everything, you refuse to see reason. You think it unfair that you are subject to suffering? That your lives will be sacrificed for the Ancients? Look at me! I have lived 1,000 of your lives. I have broken bread with you. Fought with you, grown ill, grown old, sired children, and yes, welcomed death's sweet embrace. For eons have I measured your worth and found you wanting. Too weak and feeble-minded to serve as stewards of any star! Have your recent spats with Vorthri and his Sin Eaters taught you nothing? Have you not learned that your ignorance and frailty beget only endless misery? How long do you mean to perpetuate this farce? How much more must I endure your bumbling interference? Let us imagine that the laws of reality are again undone and the world faces true annihilation. Do you honestly believe that half your number would sacrifice themselves to save the other? Of course they wouldn't! And if you had witnessed history unfold as I have, you would reach the same conclusion. You cannot be entrusted with our legacy. I will bring back our brethren, our friends, our loved ones. The world belongs to us, and us alone.
Emmet Selk! We understand, truly, but it makes no difference. The ones you love are in the past, while ours are here in the present. One day, we too will be ashes and dust, but not today. Our time is not yet finished. We share your conviction, and that is why we will not abandon our course.
You think us the same? You think your tattered soul of equal worth to those I lost? Then come. Earn your place. Prove yourselves worthy to inherit this star. Behold the coming oblivion. 'Twas the end of our era and the beginning of our great work. A fitting backdrop for your final judgment.
I shall wait within, but do not spend too much time on your preparations. There's no telling how much longer the guest of honor will last.
There you have it. He has issued us a challenge. Which I'm happily to entrust. Alvarat. To the depths of the Tempest, to the ocean floor itself, you have come to rescue the Crystal Exarch from the phantom city of Amorat. But barring your way is the architect of the ethereal construct, Emet-Selch, the Ascian, who will lead the first unto destruction. The light within you strains as it corporeal confines, threatening to break free at any moment. Time does not favor the warrior of darkness. You must brave the final days of Amorat, and confront Emet-Selch in the very midst of its recreated calamity. Now, as before, let's wait and see if we're able to get some people for this queue. But if not, I will then use my friends as the NPCs. Oh, oh boy. Well, actually, as I look at the average wait time, I think it best that instead just do that. Yeah, this'll do. As for myself, radio silence to this whole dungeon. See you on the other side.
Welcome to the final days of Amarant. The fabric of our star began to fray, and the unchecked energies of creation begat malformed beasts.
yourself!
Just as prayer gives rise to crimes, our dread may manifest our deepest fears.
Prepare yourself!
Let's give them a show!
The land buckled. The cities burned. The waters ran red with blood.
Leave the healing to me.
Aliat, protect me!
Yet this was far from the worst of it. Come, and I will show you. Just a little further, and you will see the end of a world.
Prepare yourself!
The star was fading. We saw we had to weave its laws anew.
Prepare yourself!
But between us and our goal loomed a final misbegotten fiend.
Leave the healing to me.
Whew. There we go. Now then, it's time for one of the most spectacular cutscenes in this game.
Well, well, you prevailed. Nevertheless...
Your performance was underwhelming, and I remain unconvinced of your worthiness. Oh, you tower over your misbegotten ilk, no doubt. But should I bring my full strength to bear, well, you would be as leaves in the wind. The gulf between us is a reflection of the disparity between the world as it was and what it has become.
Our worlds may not live up to your lofty standards. But they are our worlds, our homes, full of life and love and hope. And we won't stand by and let you destroy them!
Alizé!
You are a mistake. For we who have known perfection, the shattered source and these shards are ghastly mockeries of the true world. The ephemeral lives you exalt are pale imitations, utterly devoid of meaning.
Belittle us all you like, but we will rise again and again, and give the lie to your insults through word and deed. We define our worth, not the circumstances of our creation.
More prattle. Fool, who are you? No one, nothing. Once I have reclaimed my heritage, my first act will be to expunge your stain from history's weave. My world will have no need for heroes. Still fighting the good fight.
It is true that all we hold dear is fated to fade away. But that is no reason for us to forsake it.
To take what steps we may, and thus mark the road for those who would follow. To strive for the best of all futures. Be this not also thy purpose?
Do not presume to speak of my future. And you? Why waste your final moments in futile defiance? Weary wanderer, you've no fight left to fight, no life left to live. You see, the light will not be denied. Surrender to your fate, and let the transformation take you. Rise up in madness and fury. Devour the vermin infesting the land which is rightfully ours.
got it. You have to hold on.
Artbird.
If you had the strength to take another step, could you do it? Could you save our worlds?
What? All by myself? Huh?
Take it. We fight as one. This world is not yours to end. This is our future. Our story.
No, it can't be. That trick of the light. You are a broken husk, nothing more. How can you hope to stand against me alone?
We stand together!
How... I'm surprised you can stand at all.
I could not well leave matters half-finished. Let expanse contract, Eon become instant. Champions from beyond the rift, heed my call!
Damn you all!
It ends this day. One way or another, it ends.
Very well. Let us proceed to your final judgment. The victor shall write the tale, and the vanquished become its villain. But come, let us cast aside titles and pretense, and reveal our true faces to one another. I am Hades, he who shall awaken our brethren from their dark slumber.
Oh, I just got goosebumps. dying gasp. By Emetzel's own words, you are no one, nothing. Your life a ghastly mockery of past perfection, utterly devoid of meaning. Yet despite his endless refutations of your worth, mankind has dreamed and struggled and survived. Even now, you fight to preserve your future, and spare two worlds from unimaginable destruction. The moment has come to make your stand, to call upon every last reserve of strength. Fight for those who share your journey, and for those you met along the way. Fight for those who awaited your coming across the boundaries of time and space. From distant stars yet undimmed, you are joined by 7 summoned champions. For only together can you hope to prevail against the staggering might of this ancient Ascian, the immortal and impeccable Hades. Here we are, in the grand finale, our final destination. Emetzel, revealing himself as Hades, stands between us, to reclaim the darkness, to save our future. Yeah, I believe so. Some of the last parts, Emmett did say that some Ascians, like their souls, did torn apart. Like himself and La Habrea and Elidibus were the ones who survived the whole getting ripped apart. So yeah, there might be other Ascians out in the other multiverses. Now, let's just hope that this queue won't take too far. Won't take too long. Well, yeah, I will now take this time to thank all of you for ever coming by. Yep, being a DPS is the unfortunate part. Well, on the way we can just relax. Listen to this amazing theme song. Okay. What I'm gonna do now is I'll be right back. Yep, no big fat tacos. But yeah, I'll be right back. Alright then. It didn't take too much time. Thank God. And just as my dinner was out to be was right now in the microwave. Now then, Hades, the final fight shall commence.
Show me your vaunted strength, and I shall expose the lie of your fragmented existence.
I will. With the power of my friends. My friends are my power.
Darkness reigns. Bleed forward. You are unworthy. Your king is mine to command.
bound by cosmic law!
It's over.
Even
Enough, damn you!
Infernal strength!
Now! Strike with all thy might!
Take this!
Remember. Remember us. Remember that we once lived.
I will. I will remember you.
It's over. Emmett Selk is no more.
More importantly, how do you fare?
What dost thou see?
His ether. It is as it used to be. As a disciple of Zodiac, the Ascian was the darkness to your light. I can but assume that when you set your strength against his, the light within you was spent.
No, it's more than that. Under the strain of that incredible flood of ether, your soul had begun to break apart, yet now it seems somehow restored. I tried to help you before the battle, but Emmett Selk stopped me. So, how did you... exactly what did you... Can you tell us what happened?
Well... Let's just say that I had a help from a hero of this world.
I see.
There you are. Our little biscuit.
Where to start? I believe I owe you all an apology. And you, most especially.
Tis good to see you awake, Gratia.
Well, 'tis good to be awake.
Let us go home.
So, those mad souls dove straight into the ocean over there, did they?
All I could see from here was the whale, Master Chai.
'Twas surely Alphino and those friends of his. They did something heroic, mark my words. You need only look up there for proof of that.
Hooray.
As you say, my love. They're sure to be back any moment now. Any moment.
I want to see the Grey rejoining. Yes.
They are coming back, aren't they? I couldn't bear the thought of...
There, dear. Everything will be all right.
No cry, my our lovable Chubby.
There, look, over the beach.
Ugh. Oh man. Oof.
Ho there!
Greetings! You all right?
Welcome back!
Seems the sky's back to normal.
I didn't think we'd be swimming the whole way back. Heavens. Take me.
Alphino! Oh, hells.
Wait! Where's Urianger?
He must have fallen behind.
But shouldn't we look for him?
He'll wash up, sooner or later.
For the love of... Alphino!
Welcome back, dear ones!
And thus did salvation come to the first. The lamps of Amarot will fade along with Emet-Selk's enchantments, and the depths shall be as once they were. Mount Gulg will one day fall, and the Talos below yield to wind and rain. This tale, too, will fade with time, passing into legend as the world heals and moves on. Nevertheless, as ether obeys the cycle, as death and decay gives way to new life, so too do the memories we share inspire others to rise to greatness. For we who walk before may lead those who walk after. Your road goes ever on, as does your story, as does your legacy. Such is the hero's lot, to touch the lives of countless others.
Excuse me? You're the Warrior of Darkness, aren't you? Where are you from, really? And how did you get to be so strong?
That's a secret. And there we have it. And that is the end to my little project, replaying the story of Final Fantasy XIV. The road that we walk is lost in the flood. Chisel blood. Cast on tomorrow. So yeah, I really must thank you all. Anyone who dared to come here and watch this little project of mine. I don't know why, but somehow just last year I got this whole idea to stream that whole storyline. Now that it was possible, thanks to the new game plus they added some while back. Originally I thought to do this before Endwalker came up, but thanks to complications and not having the time, that kind of took a while to finally complete. But now that the Endwalker has now officially arrived, and it's been for quite a while now, I think it's time for me to over that storyline in my own pace. So I won't be streaming that. So what happens after this? Well, that's for you to discover. Now that we've managed to free the whole Northrend of light, finally bringing back the night to the people, and on the while liberating the whole world from Sin Eaters and of Vobert. And as always, the story is very, very great. Discovering new things and telling lore that has been wondered for many years. Actually getting some answers. Like one certain game franchise would really benefit from this story writers. Kingdom Hearts. So yeah, they really gave a lot of character development to every single character here. Especially Thangred, with his whole storyline with protecting Minfilia and all that. Getting some kind of conclusion. And think of that, us, the Warrior of Light, actually gets some character. Like he's not like in any other MMORPGs, that you're just a side character, like watching from afar when the big things is happening in the other side. No, you're actually on the center. Like your actions really is moving the world. And to your comment, Drake, that you want to see the greater joining, well, actually, when I think about it, I kind of want to see myself. Think it do like kind of like a what if scenario. Like, what if actually the great rejoining happened? What then? Does it really, does it like, does like Emmett do the things they told us he will do? Like sacrificing all the people in the new world just to make this Zodiac to bring back all the old Asians. It'll be kind of interesting to see. But I will now let the credits roll and I'll be right back. Back again. Look at all that memory lane. All the adventures we've gone through. If I was any good at editing videos, I would have added in here. I would have added here like my own special slideshow with all the important memory lanes. from the previous expansions. Well, back again here. I knew the nice places were among the revelers, but the Christianity was so crowded, I thought it safe to speak my true name. Poor Runar and his ilk were gripped with panic. As you may recall, it is customary not to reveal one's true name outside family and ceremony. Yet when I hurried to explain that all present were like family, I was greeted with an outpouring of tears. Emotional people, the blessed. Would seem I don't know my own limits. I thought to push on till dawn, but my body had other plans. Still, I did enjoy the carousing while it lasted. Even I needed to forget my cares every now and then. What? What I don't need is to wake up to Elfino smirking at my bedside. He said my face was a rare sight while I slept. God, I hope I wasn't drooling. It would seem that the city celebrated long into the night. Not that I would know, as embarrassing as it to admit. I woke up to find myself in the infirmary, having apparently collapsed from exhaustion. My aching pride was somewhat soothed by the sight of Alice asleep in the bed next to mine. She must have been just as weary. Long has it been since I've seen her face so peaceful in repose. It was a rare, tranquil morning, made unforgettable by the sight of those clear blue skies. The ending of this tale hath been a joyous one indeed. Myriad were the lessons learned, yet there is one of particular of import. 'Tis imperative that I master magics to grant my feet purchase upon the water, or else allow me to part the sea at will. I must needs visit Bismarck in due course, but scrub his teeth in thanks. If the airy arts of fairy well might be imparted to mortal men, we shall see. We shall see. People came from moms around to join the festivities, but most seem to have stumbled home by now. Even so, I dare say Novrand will echo to the sound of a clinging mux for some while yet. I thought to indulge in a little revelry myself last night, until Urian began to list all the names of my drunken conquests. I ended up drinking water. Water. Oh, Leo, are you well? No ill after effects? To my eyes, you seem completely healed. It really is a miracle. And I think your hair will turn back in due time. I promise. Speaking of happy surprises, I was amazed to see the crowd that greeted our return. I realized just how many people we met along the way. And did you see their smiles? Right then and there, I vowed to do whatever I could to keep that joy from fading.
By your deeds has the blinding light been banished from these skies, and the Sin Eaters driven to retreat. Although our many hurts will be years in the mending, I have faith that this world and her people will one day be whole once more. With no rejoining in prospect, the Source need no longer fear the coming of an 8th umbral calamity.
And with that triumph, the future from which you came will no longer come to pass. Yet here you still stand.
So I do. I wonder if that other age continues onward somehow, cut adrift from time's flow. Or have I simply etched myself a place upon this new block of history? Either way, this is an unexpected development. As the summoner of your souls, my death was meant to release you back to your world. Yet I am very much alive, and you are still stuck here in the First.
I believe I speak for us all when I say that we are happy to postpone our return if it means your life is spared. We will seek out another way.
Besides, I never had any intention of rushing home. There are people here I still need to thank, and this means I might actually have time to do so.
Yet we dare not neglect our comrades in the Source. Mistress Tataru, to name but one, will be most anxious to know how things stand with us.
So, you'll just have to make the journey alone for the moment. Be sure and give a full report to our fellow sires, would you? Oh, and we'd also appreciate any news you can bring us from back home.
Sure.
Then I see no reason to delay. I can open the path from here.
I imagine we each have matters demanding our attention, so let this be a farewell for us all. Send word when you've resummoned our friend. Oh, and do try to ensure he arrives within the city next time.
Of course. I shall strive for utmost accuracy. No strange forests or unplanned passengers, I promise.
I'm a little relieved, to be honest. I would have been terribly lonely if everyone had suddenly disappeared. But I understand that you have to go. Safe journey, warrior of darkness. I hope to see you again soon.
Me too, Reen. See you soon.
Just a moment while I attune the portal. Then you can be on your way. When I was a boy, many long years ago, I yearned to stand tall as the heroes of Eld. But like a fool seeking to pluck the stars from the heavens, my every attempt to reprise their deeds fell short. And then one day, an all but forgotten dream from my youth stood before me in the flesh. A hero who looked at the horizon and beyond and saw I knew not what. All I knew was that I would give anything to stand at that hero's side. Would that it was so easy. The glory of the heavens was ever beyond the grasp of those who never thought to reach for it. But if I have gained anything from all of this, it is the courage to stretch out my hand. Do you hear me, Grahatia? This is no time for sleeping.
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace in the South.
To the West Gate. I want to know what's happening there.
Same as the others. Struck down with a single blow. An unfortunate day to draw guard duty. Forgive me. These were your people.
We took advantage of this slaughter to slip into the palace. 'Tis not for me to grieve them. That was the Emperor! Wait! Ah! Your Radiance!
Gaius, you've missed your part in this, I'm afraid.
Identify yourself, demon!
You were hoping for the Ascian? The Craven shed this skin and fled, rather than face me. A pity. I wasn't looking forward to crossing blades with myself. But I cannot deny the feeling of satisfaction. Body and soul reunited at last.
What now? The game continues, but the pieces have changed.
Only if we trust in a paragon's words. A mistake I do not intend to repeat. Gaius!
He speaks the truth. Elidibus is gone. Tore a hole into the rift. Xenos, my foolish, greedy son. Was a second life not enough? Was the Empire too rich a prize to ignore? True freedom for our nation, our people, will never be won by a spoiled princeling. the burden of this throne is beyond you.
"'Tis you, father, who have struggled with this burden. Simply holding the Empire together has occupied your limited faculties. But you may take comfort in knowing that I have no intention of pursuing your tedious agenda. Nor am I interested in ruling over the Empire's lands. I came only to remove that which ruins my sport. I will not have my prey stolen by your petty wars and cowardly weapons."
You would kill me just for that.
I need no other reason. Any and all who interfere with my hunt will not do so twice! I heard the Ascians speak of Zodiac and Eidolon. Even the will of this star is but a construct of our own making. We shall gorge upon their strength, and then, my friend, our contest shall begin anew.
Xenos!
Back here. Now then. Let's go back to Rising Stones. It's been a while. Back at the source. Now to go tell the good news. Hey, Tataru. It's been a long time. But, Leo, is it really you? What happened to your hair? But how? When? When did you think you'll be back for ages? And what about your hair? Time moves in mysterious ways. And as for the hair, it's it's temporary. Right. So it does. The reports you had delivered by that excitable little pixie say as much. As for the situation on this side, the Imperials are still eyeing our forces from afar. From what I'm told, the Guardian armies have been slow to react, and seem reluctant to commit to any large-scale engagements. It's an odd sort of stalemate. Otherwise, we've yet to see any sign of that awful Black Rose weapon we were warned about. Oh, Well, I suppose we did call in an old friend to help out in that kind of account. Old friend? Hehehe. Krylin had a terrible time tracking him down, though it will be worth to see the look on your face when you find out who it is. Anyway, I was just about to make a contact with this helper of ours, and then confirm the latest news from the front. Might you fancy having a rest while I do? The Warrior of Light, back where he belongs, just as if nothing had happened. Though you do seem different somehow. You'll have to tell me all about your adventures when we next have to spare a moment. Until then, welcome back. Oblivion has claimed him. Emmet Selk, gone. La Habrea, gone. I alone remain, the last of the unbroken. Once more, I am moved to reevaluate the potential of these tattered souls. Ah, Xenos. Never did I dream you could overpower me so completely, possessed as I was of your body, and all its uncanny strength. And now that I have shared with you the truth of this world, and its reflections, who can predict how events will unfold? Not I. Emissary. What a poor jest that title has become. The flow of history has become muddied, its currents wild beyond my capacity to direct them. You have wrested the advantage, Hydaelyn. The thieving hands of your disciples tighten their grip on our star. The origins of the world yet remain hidden, and its inhabitants ignorant of their broken existence, just as you and your creators desired. They celebrate the gift of imperfect life, uncaring, unknowing as we weaken and fade. But do not imagine yourself rid of us. Though your champion has indeed proven the most egregious obstacle to our ascendance, a barbed thorn in my side, he may be removed and cast into the abyss. Oh yes, it can be done. I will keep these heroes mired from the first, and victory will be ours at the last. Warriors of Darkness, are they? Then their fate is decided. They shall meet the same end as those who came before, death at the hands of Warriors of Light. It seems you were right. Yes, there is something out there. But it would mean crossing mounds and mounds of this infernal emptiness, which is rather unhealthy for living creatures, as I understand it. Even were we to restrict ourselves to brief forays, I don't like to imagine the effect it will have on our ether. But you still want to go, don't you? We may have saved the world, but we haven't reclaimed it. Ah, where do you put it that way? What choice do we have? Well, of course I'm going with you. That's what family is for, isn't it? Come, let's head back and prepare for this mad journey of yours. Thank you, Thancred. Though blazing skies give way to gentle night, what hand can end the war of dark and light? And there we go. Wait, I've done it. The journey of the thousand has finally ended. So, once again, thank you all so much whoever come to see my little project. We'll see what the future awaits. Will I do something else with Final Fantasy XIV? Stream something else? Other stories? Some other content? Maybe. We'll see. Or maybe start streaming other games. Well, I do have one game in mind, but we'll see if I'm gonna do like my first ever blind stream. My first ever reaction stream. Something like that. But nevertheless, this is the end of this chapter. Thank you all for watching. I am Galaxy Star X. My beloved Warrior of Light and Darkness, Leo Platinum. And this was the replaying the story of Final Fantasy XIV. Thank you all. Have a nice day.